Hello. So today I'm actually streaming just a little bit early. I figured it'd be okay since these streams are going to be recorded. But again, I'm really grateful that so many actually yeah, so many people were actually watching the stream and listening to me rant about random stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna start making my cuts. I have a general idea of like where I want to make my cuts. Like I do know the head is going to be its own piece. So what's going on here? Well, to be fair, I did turn off all of this. So so yeah, I'm going to start making my cuts. It's where I want it to be. At least this version. Yeah, this is where I want it to be. Looks good. Looks cool to me. Yeah, I'm going to start making my cuts. I have a general idea of like what I want to cut. Like I know I want his head and his hat to just be one piece. I'm gonna cut his torso and the coat together as well as like his arms. I'm gonna cut that off. That's gonna give me that chance to really readjust some of these lightning, the way I was like interacting with his hand. That way, when I start doing like insertions, possible insertions even. Actually, you know what? I think I might not need an insertion for this. Actually, no, I think I will. This is the only other thing that I have to figure out, like, is this gonna work digitally? I mean, with a physical print. And this coat, like how will I get that? Because there's like a gap in between there, which I think it's fine. The real question is just like, I guess like for people who do want to paint it, like how are they gonna paint that part? And I've already been told, like by multiple people, hey, the the coat is the trench coat is like a really huge part of him. And the more I look at it, I definitely agree. I take this off and I think this looks cool. So I still think I do want to create like a version that so before I actually start making cuts for like the body in regards to like the trench coat, I'm definitely gonna make a version where it's just this. There's no trench coat, because just to reference the comics, because I know in the comics there's a portion, there's a part that he actually does that, and oh my god, I love this material. Oh my god, it's so good. So it's digitalclay.xyz. It's pretty cheap. I think you can find it on ArtStation. Um, Highly recommend. But I have like a few. And also there were some brushes that came with it too, digital clay. And I'm gonna mess around with these a lot more because I downloaded them, but I don't exactly use them as often. Like I do remember, streaming with some friends, and I'll just like sculpt using these every now and then because it's just fun to give it more of that clay look. And if anything, I really love how I build up forms using the clay. So anyways, let's go ahead and just get started on this. So the first thing I do want to do is I think there's like two pieces. Yeah, I'm going to delete this. But here, we're going to start with the hat. So merge down, merge down, merge down, merge down, merge down. So with the hat, I am going to Dynamesh whole thing. Let's do it 4K. Because I want to maintain as much of that detail as I can when I'm doing the Dynamesh. And I think it's, oh, you know what, actually, before I do that, let's adjust this a bit. Just a bit. Okay. Now we do the Dynamesh, turn the blur off. Honestly, I love how the piece came out. I really look forward to like making more. I can turn that off. And the next thing is like dynameshing the eyes together with the head. I'm gonna do that. So turn this off. Turn this off. And honestly, like, I actually really wanted to lean into creating some like textured renders and stuff like that. And I'm still, I'm gonna honestly, I think I still have to work on my texturing skills. I still have to work on my coloring skills because that's like always been my weak point. I kind of focus more on sculpting than I do anything else. Like even me using color with my sculpts, it's kind of like a fairly new thing for me. Most of the times when I do my sculpts, I actually don't. Um, okay, so let's merge this down. I'm hoping this doesn't give me an issue because I really want to maintain this detail here. If anything, I might have to do a sculpt out. Yep, I might have to do a sculpt over. How can I do this? Okay, so because the last thing that you really want is to have like space. Let's actually, you know what? I'll do it with the head. So let's split hidden and move this down. Push that to the head. And you know, I'm dynameshing just to make sure to close holes because the last thing you really want is like pockets of air. Because, I mean, granted, I am going to do like, I'm going to hollow this out. But the last thing you really want is for there to be pockets of space. You know, like this right now, like with how this is. If I were to just, you know, send it off right now, that I'm definitely going to run into a lot of issues. But damn, I have to figure out how to really get this merged together. But here, I'm gonna go ahead and start merging everything else in the meantime. Let's merge down. Oh, you know, let's keep that. Well, actually, no, let's go ahead and adjust this. You know, for this, I'm kind of like okay. What is going on here? Oh, yeah, that's why. I'm kind of okay with like some deformation. Okay, you know what? Let's go ahead and get rid of these pieces. I'm okay with like some of the pieces kind of looking a little bit deformed because I don't know. I think, you know, my biggest thing again, and I'm always gonna, I guess, like bring it up until I fully get over it, I guess. But my biggest thing is perfection. Like I'm low key always like thinking about perfection, and I think it's so important to not worry about that. So I'm gonna, you know, accept that this is where the model is, and you know, not try to push myself to create something that's like, or put in more work than I actually need to, you know. Make sure lower. Yeah, I still can't get over how like some people get to like 100 million polygons when they're sculpting. I mean, I guess, you know, if you really want like something that's really quality, I can see why, but I don't know. I think when it comes down to 3D printing, a lot of that, hold on a second. When it comes down to 3D printing, a lot of that detail might actually just be, might disappear. And I do understand that, you know, 3D printers are actually getting a lot more powerful in terms of like being able to maintain a lot of that detail. But honestly, I think for me, it's like, I gotta stop thinking about, I think the more I think about that, the less I actually work on stuff because I'm just like concerned about the detail. I'm like, oh my God, this has to be highly detailed. Otherwise, it won't be cool. It won't be a cool print, but yeah. All right, so now for this. So for this, there's enough space here for his hand to already go through, which is great. I just want to make sure that let's bring this down. I just want to make sure that it's penetrating his hand a bit. That way, when it prints, it has a place to go. And now for this, what I'm thinking I'm going to do with this is like, maybe make like a thick piece going from like, you know, do this. So, whoa. So like going, you know, straight, you know, from this angle to this angle. And the reason why is because the angle that his hand is, and it's like if it's just going up this way like this, then I don't know. I feel like it could potentially slide out, even if like you were to. Well, I mean, I guess you could use like Gorilla Glue and stuff, but I don't know. I'm just thinking about making sure that, you know, things are generally good. So, you know, like this way, like this, something like that. And for this, I'm thinking I might want it to, no, because I feel like, okay, so the way I think about this is like the same way you think about like putting Legos together. Like if it's at a weird angle, then I might not actually be able to even put it on this. So, you know, I think actually if I have it going this way, then it can go that way too for this. And for this like little foot. I don't really think this needs a key. I think his front foot does for sure. But maybe for the hand, yeah, I could just key in this way. This could key in that way as well. So if that's the case, I probably have to use the knife curve, quick save. That song is stuck in my head. That Megan Thee Stallion song. Oh, there we go. I gotta make sure the angle is perpendicular to that. Otherwise, it's run into some issues there. And perspective is off, so I think that's like an important part too. Let's do this. Oh, well, it's not cutting. Well, if that's the case, I'll just like move this a little bit deeper and do the same thing. Make sure that it's aligned. Make that cut there. So for this, I definitely think I don't. Actually, let's turn this off real quick. Okay. This, I think I could just move a bit over here, a bit over here, like this. Just make the same cut. There's probably like better ways to do this, but this is how I've been doing it. It's kind of working for me. Let's do this up a bit. For this, I think these lightning branches can serve as the keys themselves. So for this, I'm gonna mask this off actually, and I'll do the same thing. I'm just gonna bring that a little bit higher, so it's still penetrating the manhole, but not so much. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I think for this, as much as I want it to penetrate, I think it shouldn't. Oh, that's why. Okay. Here, let's. Maybe just a bit, but not so much that it needs to go all the way in. And that's specifically so that, there we go. Okay, that's a little bit better, I think. All right, so next, okay, I think that's generally okay. So the next thing that I do at this point is, so I do want to cut, like, I want the gauntlets and the hands to be one piece. Here, let's actually. That's pretty noticeable for me, but again, I'm not going to be too concerned with perfection right now. Okay, so I do want hand, so let's turn that back to the mask last. So I want his hand or his arm cut, and I'm going to switch to the slice curve, and I'm going to cut right here. So now I just want to make sure that I can't see that. And I'm gonna split hidden. That'll be the same for this. Just make sure that I'm only getting his forearm. Okay, and I'm just gonna like make it just a little bit deep. And at that point, I am gonna have to like sculpt a bit more for the around this area because it's probably gonna be a little bit thin. So I'm just gonna sculpt it a little bit so that it doesn't run into the issue of breakage while I'm printing. Actually, yeah, no, yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'll make it work. Okay, so now I'll do this and split hidden. I gotta, yeah, so the issue with this, oh, you know what, actually, I think I can fix this without having to dynamesh his whole body, and there's like way more detail than I need to. So I think I can, you know, let's see how the mask curve looks, and then I'll let's do this. Okay, I'll just manually paint in. Okay. And this is by like no means perfect, but I want to get this done, so I gotta push myself to really get this done. Alright, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna go to geometry, modify, edge loop max border. The reason why is because I want some sharp edges here. Okay, that's not it. That's not it. At least along the cut, like where his mask ends. Like that's where I want that cut to be. Just like along this edge. Okay, now let's try that again. Okay, now we go ahead and split hidden. then at this point, I think what I'm going to do, okay, so I think I can safely close holes. There we go. And let's see if I merge the head down with that. If I'm able to like maintain the sharpness of like his mask and his face. So let's go ahead and Dynamesh. Let's see how that looks. Okay, that's better. Yes, that's better. Okay, so it still kept this group here. And I think I'm just gonna switch to smooth direction and bring that intensity down. I'm just gonna start smoothing these, like this area over here. Actually, let me increase that intensity a bit. Oh, there's like a floating piece over there. And yeah, there we go. And you know, I see that there's like jagged edges there, but I'm not too concerned with that, to be honest. At least that's just me, because I know that when you do print it, like it's gonna, how do you put it? It's gonna like low key deal with that, like the print itself. So I'm not too concerned, but what I'm most concerned about is just making sure there's no pockets of space where there's just geometry that's floating. So got his head off. Now let's get his arm and his gauntlet. So yeah, it's gonna be in there, so that's fine. All right, so let's start with this one. Let's make sure I'm selecting the right one. Merge down. Do another Dynamesh. Okay. So now the arm is there. And let's do it for his other arm. Merge down. Dynamesh. I'll fix that right now, actually, because that's not looking good. Let's do here. Whoops. Oh. Okay. Again, I'm not aiming for perfection anymore. I just want to make something that looks cool to me. Any other changes? I kind of consider, so the one thing I wrestle with is like, do I make the current piece I'm working on as great as I possibly can, or do I just push and make my piece and finish my piece more so? So let's hit close holes. There we go. And at this point, I can go ahead and leave that high and just smooth. Oh, see, that's a tough part, is I don't want to do that. So I'm gonna grow the mask a bit and do a bit of a polish by features. Let's see if that helps out. I think it does. Sorry, my cat wanted to look out the window. All right, and yeah, I'm not doing any Boolean cuts. I mean, yeah, any Boolean cuts as of yet. Right now, I'm just like trying to just set this thing up. You know what I think? I think instead of making this like a key for the lightning, at least right here in this hand, is I'm just gonna slice it away from the lightning itself. So it's kind of like how do you put it? Like a ooh, I should definitely move this. That's like losing everything. Let's turn this off. That is losing the form. Let's do this. I mean, it could slightly touch it, and again, like it's similar to, oh, well, I think I made a video about it, but like the other piece that I'm working on, well, I finished for my friend, I just have to send it to him, is kind of like having it be like a shelf where the hand will be able to just kind of like fit in there. And part of the reason why I want to do something like that is because I don't want to run into the issue of not being able to get the piece where it needs to be. Okay, so I gotta fix this too. Let's use the geo brush. Let's get this up there. All right, so next would be this. Okay, let's actually start turning these textures off because like the one thing I realized with me is I generally don't really use color, and that's part of the reason why I try to at least include it in my workflow a lot more often, so I can actually get better at using color. I love the idea of just like sculpting with clay, you know, and just like this looks beautiful to me, so I'm not. Yeah. All right, so I think for this, the other thing I do want to cut would probably be like his torso. Yeah, I'm gonna cut his torso. So I gotta start making cuts or masking off where I wanna cut. And again, like I'll use the same technique that I did before, which is using what is it called? Edge loop mask border. And I'm gonna try to do it to like the creases as much as I can. That way the cuts, they still fit the model. And I wonder, like, should I just let his legs be just one piece, or should I cut his legs too, like down his groin, like down this area, because I can, and then just like merge, and then like I don't know, slice, huh? Because then the issue would be like putting the torso on there. I don't know, I think I might just have the legs be their own piece as well, rather than making a whole other piece or another slice. But yeah, I just love the idea of like working with you know this material. Oh my god, I just wish I used it so much earlier because it's so, I don't know, it's beautiful. I'm gonna cry. There we go. So I think that's what works for me. So now I'll go ahead, after the max border again, just check. So the only thing that I would worry about with this is just making sure that it's like straight, like these edges, because or as straight as I can make them, because the last thing I want is like to run into the issue of like any curvature causing issues with putting the pieces together. So let's do that, and split hidden, do this, and close holes. There we go. same thing for this. Close holes. And let's mask that. Grow mask. Oh, shrink mask. Not too much. Mask polish by features. We'll do the same thing for this. Shrink mask. And polish by features. So now we got that piece, this piece, its hands, its head, and so okay. So yes, I'm gonna have to like duplicate the legs, the arms. Yeah, the legs and the arms are gonna have to be duplicated specifically for the coat. Off. Oh, and then I'm going to save this as like a different file. Slice keying. Hold on. Might take a second to save this because I increased the polygon count for everything. I don't have layers, so. So yeah, I gotta figure out, you know, how I'm gonna make these cuts in a way that isn't gonna like screw up the model. Or at least like when it comes down to like printing it, really. Yeah, that's me on Instagram. It's that brain rot. There you go, that save file doing its thing. But you know what? Let me think about how I'm gonna actually make these cuts for the coat. Oh man, like it's definitely got to be part of the torso. There might be, you know, I might have to test out a few different versions of how that cut can look. Like I'm thinking I might make a cut like right at this line right here. But the only question with that is just like how will I piece that together? Like I think I can make like small keys on like along that slice, along that cut there, and that could be enough so I don't run into like issues because it's thick. I think that it's not as thick as it should be, but I think that it's thick enough that, you know, it won't run into like too many printing issues. But the only issue that I have with this is just like, how am I going to get this to just look good after, you know, you put it together? That's like what I'm questioning right now. It's like, how do I do that? And like with the torso itself, like that's definitely going to be one, you know, piece. Let's see, if I bring this down, I can actually start moving it around before I actually start making my cuts. And part of me, I like that, like I like this little curve right here. It really shows that it's like picking up off of him. I guess like that's not something that people are really gonna see, so I guess it doesn't really matter. So, you know, I'm just gonna bring this back and have it touching his skin so that it can like, just another way to close off, just another way to close this part off. And what I want is this area over here. You know what, let me hide everything but the coat and the torso. BMT, okay, there it is. So I'm just gonna move you down, and start bringing you in to BMV. And let's go up one more second. That's not being moved. Let's actually do this. Let's just close this off. Actually, let's hide this too. Just start penetrating the skin a bit more. Let's hide that too. Let's hide that too. Just start penetrating the skin. This way, I'm kind of like also locking it off, or just closing off that. Let's hide that too. I'm doing this specifically because I don't want to have like air pockets as well, or just pockets of air. Just that's like, that can screw up your mesh pretty badly. That's in my opinion. I mean, some is fine, and the only reason why is because like again, like I want it to have some of that, like still maintain the overall look that I envisioned for it, and in this case, it's like I want there to be like some space here so you can see his arms. So I don't want to close that off too much, but I do want to close off areas that I think would be problematic in terms of like printing. So like this area over here, this over here, and yeah, you know what? Actually, I think I can leave that space, but which is okay to me. The same with this. I can move that there. Bring this back up. That down. Okay. Close you off. Close you off. Bring it back out. And close this off too right here. That's fine. Alright, and then let me just bring this up again just to make sure that there isn't too much penetration going on. 'Cause again, like the biggest thing is like I really just don't want to lose a lot of the detail. Let's go back down. Just make sure this is looking a bit nicer. Let's go and bring this up. Open this. Bring it down. Have this so I can see. And anything else is probably going to be closed when I run like the Dynamesh. Like any other pieces that are like too close, anything like that. So something like this. Let's turn off the, oh, okay. Okay, so I think, this is cool, but I gotta figure out how am I gonna slice this so I can print it in 2 parts rather than. So let's see how it would look if I cut it here. Maybe here instead. So again, I also don't want to run into the issue of like creating too much thinness. So maybe I'll just mess this part off. You know, honestly, as I keep working on these pieces, I'm really, what I'm looking forward to the most is how I'm going to start changing up how I make my cuts, how I, make the characters themselves and their poses and stuff, even like the drapery and how that works too, because I already know that, this, I might run into issues with this, but honestly, that's like perfectly fine with me because, again, like, you can't really make progress without failure. And for me, like I'm not trying to look for failure, but I'm also not trying to run from it either. So I think this might be a better cut. So I'm just gonna go ahead and oh wait, actually I think I can do it with this. So let's see, I can. Okay, perfect. Okay, kind of at least. So okay, so there's a few ways I can fix stuff like this. It would be, so how do I do this again? I think it's, if you go to brush, if I want to do this manually at least, go to brush, I want to go to my OG brushes, go to smooth, smooth groups, and this is going to basically smooth the groups. See, like, I'm smoothing, but, let's see. But really what this is doing is like smoothing, it's like straightening out the groups here. And usually I bring it a bit lower because I don't want to screw up too much of the surface of whatever it is that I'm working on. And again, like using the edge loop mask border is great, but you still can run into issues where the borders themselves aren't as straight as you would like them to be. Like this, I gotta. Okay, what other way was there to do this? I can also do polish by groups, but I don't want to do that because, actually, you know what? I think I know a way I can do that. So here, let's go ahead and use the mask lasso and just cut out parts that I don't want to be smooth. Let's go to mouse pen. Just do this. Do this. Yeah, and normally I don't stream on Mondays, but honestly I've just been thinking like, damn, like I'm usually almost always sculpting, so I'm like, I might as well just stream more often and for longer. Like for now, I'm thinking, okay, I'm just gonna start streaming from 10. I think today I started at 11, but I'm just thinking, damn, I should probably just stream from 10 and just stream for like until like, I don't know, maybe 2. And part of the reason why is because like Oh yeah, part of the reason why is because I'm just like enjoying this process. And let's do open circle. I knew I was gonna get rid of some of that detail, but honestly, it's okay. Okay, so let's go back to smooth direction. Excuse me. I'm just gonna smooth out some of these. Some of this over here. It's actually getting rid of. Okay, so if that's the case, B. Yeah, if you hit B, you can actually see any of the brushes that you've recently used. They usually pop up here, so you know, just in case you use a brush from like one of these menus or one of your own custom brushes or whatever, you don't have to like constantly go back and forth. I'm assuming that this brush is like a combination of like the smooth directional, but also of, let's see, auto masking. No, yeah, I think it's an auto masking. Oh no, it's not even using the topological brush. That's interesting. Oh, that's because I have the brush selected. Oh, it's not. Interesting. I wonder how this brush works. Okay, I'll figure that out on my own time. But yeah, I think, you know, my next stream, I'm gonna take like maybe like a day or so just off of sculpting things that I want to print, and I'm gonna just like sculpt some anatomy, do some anatomy sculpts because I think I have to practice. Yeah, I've definitely got to practice. So let's do that. Split hidden and close holes. Mask, shrink mask, pause my features. And it does look a bit weird, I think, at some points, but you know what, let's see what I can do about that. If I can straighten it maybe. I don't know. No, it's not gonna work. There's gonna be two pieces here. Delete this. Okay, so now the issue that I'm running into is this is not perfectly straight. How can I fix this? So what if, let's go to double. What if I go to slice curve and I keep this as straight as I can over here, and I just slice. Now I merge this. So I probably could have done that, like at the very start. Split hidden, close holes. So I have something a bit straighter. Close holes. Mask. Shrink mask. You know, that's like the process. You know, I feel like, you know, it's kind of, you know, one thing I really love about ZBrush is that when it comes down to workflows, a lot of it's like, it feels like, you know, you kind of have to like be adventurous a bit with like what it is that you're working on. Like, of course, you get into the mind frame of understanding how different parts of ZBrush works and stuff like that. But I feel like part of it is like kind of exploring, or just letting yourself explore it, you know? And that's like a pretty cool part of it, at least for me. That's a pretty cool part. Okay, so this is just gonna be one piece, but I'm going to, oh, you know what? Let me check something real quick. Let me check. Yep. Yep. That's not supposed to be how that works. There we go. What was all that? Oh. Well, I am gonna have to bring this up so that it gets cut, because the last thing I want is for the issues with, so this is straight. This is, what's going on here? Let's turn this off for a sec. Oh, okay, it is. Okay. So here, let's live boolean this, let's duplicate, and what I want to do for you is probably just bring you down just a bit. So you got bring down to 1 and do a group by normals. Okay, that didn't work. Do a change the angle, maybe. Oh, but close. So 25, let's try that. Let's try 20. Okay, so that's not gonna work. Could also just use depth mask and just mask out the sides. For now, just the sides before it gets to the bottom. So I'm doing this on a duplicate version of it because what I want to do is smooth out a lot of this, really. So that when I make my cut, I'm not getting like, I'm not getting these perforations throughout the mesh, or at least throughout the lightning, the base lightning. I'd rather this be like a clean cut rather than something that's conformed to like an exact pattern. I do want to try to maintain the shape, so this is just me testing out to see if this is something that I can do. I don't know if it'll work, but let's give it a try. Let's see what happens. I'm just gonna go that mask and turn off this mask and do it here as well. And just go to mask again. W. And let's see, where's that going to be cutting? Okay, yeah. So hit that mask, go down, and I'm going to start doing mask by features. I think that's something that'll help maintain that form, but smooth it out still. So I don't want to lose that shape. That's really what I don't want to lose. Of course, what I can do is like make sure only these two are visible and just really see how that looks. Because again, like like I said, the last thing I really want is to smooth out so much of the point that the cut itself is too small for the actual mesh to actually fit in. And right now at the moment, it is a little bit too small. Oh, it's already saved. Okay. Man, it takes so long to save sometimes. So let's go back to this. And okay, so I think what I might do, let's see if inflate can actually do something. Let's just do it by one and see. So the way I'm thinking about this is like similar to how you would think about like a shell, like you know when you're baking something and you kind of create a shell for it. That's kind of like my approach to this right now. I'm just thinking about it in that way. And let's see, I'll have this turn on too, because I don't want to just worry about just, you know, covering that. Let's do a little bit of an inflate. No, that's not gonna work. Okay, I'll do one more inflate by like one. Okay, okay. Because the other aspect to this is that you also don't want this to be so big of a difference that so big of a difference that it doesn't but the mesh itself can also just, it's like too loose fitting, really. I mean, I think one thing that would help with the loose fitting aspect to it is if I add support, was it keys, which I'm gonna do, but that could help out too in case it is, the cut is a little too big, like you all know there is something too big. Hey, you know, I'm just testing stuff out, you know, hopefully, you know, I see people see this and, you know, offer advice on like better ways to actually make better cuts and stuff. You know, that reminds me, I definitely have to look into that too, you know, just different ways to improve my cuts, because that's one thing I worry about is like, because I did work doing this like professionally, so it's like and this was when I had access to the Formlabs printer, and like we were able to really iterate and stuff pretty quick because money wasn't an issue for him basically. He was like, let's print every day, and I'm like, whoa, that's, and oh my god, and resin for Formlab printers are like, the price is crazy. Like he'd have me like look online to find to buy resin, and I think with Formlabs, like the weird thing with them was that like you legitimately had to buy it from only their site, so it was just like a really weird model they had there. It was just like, hey, how much money can we make off of people? Like that's pretty much their model. That was their model, and they it was definitely a good one because they definitely made a lot of money. I'll say that. Let's print this, or sorry, can't print. Let's move these down just a little bit. And you know, I feel like I'm rushing this a little bit. I guess like that's, you know, my thing. It's just like I have to realize I can take my time doing this too, because you know these little points that are sticking out are so, like, it can really change how the piece itself actually fits into the thing. I'm only going this high because this isn't going to be inside. So yeah, I think this is good. go ahead and inflate over here. Get that out there. Let's check. Okay. Let's get it a little bit higher. And I'm just gonna do another smooth polish by groups collection. Polish by groups. And I think these cuts, like, it doesn't have to be completely perfect. It's, you know, what I can do with this is just probably just like bring these in a little bit, instead of changing too much of the geometry, especially since it isn't going to be seen. So something like this. Okay, so this is going to be what I used to make the slice, or the initial slice. So I'm gonna get this, I'm gonna bring you down, do this, turn you off, get light blue, and turn off solid. Something like this. Now for this, I'll make this my first slice, or my first, I guess, Boolean mesh. Insert, oop, crap, these are too close together. No, honestly, I might actually move them manually, because we can always like edit. So let's put you back up. Let's turn this on. Do this. Let's see how that looks. Is this the right one? Yes, it is. So now, I think this is its own kind of mesh. So what I can do is I can, well, you know what, should I dynamesh actually? I think I should. Okay, let's just quickly dynamesh. Again, I'm crazy. I'm gonna put it at 496, 4096. Oh wow, that's quick. Let's select that, shrink mask. I'm gonna do pretty high polygon features. The reason why is because I don't want this edge to be like so. Oh yeah, there we go. That's good. Okay, yeah, I'm cool with this actually. Okay, so that's one. But so we got this. All right, so now I'm at the point where I'm gonna start. I am going to start using my keys. So here, I'm gonna delete this because I'm crazy, and I probably shouldn't, but I'm gonna. Oh, did I not put the? Yes, I did. Did you go back here and we'll do a quick save? All right, so I'm gonna take a small break. I'm gonna give myself about 10 minutes to just get back, and I'm gonna put my timer on, so it's gonna be exactly 10 minutes. But yeah, usually the stream starts around 12, so there'll probably be, excuse me, people dropping in. I'm gonna share the stream as well. Let's see. Right. All right. So let me just go ahead and get my timer. And 10 minutes. So stream starting. Oh, well, be right back. See, really. All right. I will be right back. 10 minutes. Your boy is back. All right, 10 minutes, like I said. All right, so now at this point, yeah, I just had to like take out the trash and stuff. Oh, so I'm still trying to figure this out, this cape situation. You know what? I'm gonna screw around and see what kind of cuts I can make, because the other aspect to this is that like I don't want to merge the cape to his body as of yet, because when I do something, oh actually no, I do want to do that, because if I do that, then I can when I do the thing of like hollowing it, the issue that I thought I would run into would be like, I don't know, thinness or something, but I think if I really do it in a certain way, I can I probably won't have to worry about that. So here, let's go ahead and go to mask pen, and I'm gonna delete lower, because yeah, my curve is embarrassing. Let's go ahead and start mixing this. All right. I think for this, what I want to do is okay. I'm gonna go ahead and curl this mask and sharpen it, and I'm gonna do a geometry edge loop mask border, and let's do this. Actually, no, I'm not gonna do that. Do this, this. Oh, fudge. Let's go ahead and do this. I'll do the same thing here. Let's just make sure. Oops. Oh, there's one thing I haven't put it. Alright, so I'm gonna vibe out a bit, just listen to some music while I sculpt. And let's split hidden and close holes. Oh, yep, that was the problem. I was worried was gonna happen. So, let's try to close holes. Yeah. All right. So what if instead I do Dynamesh? Definitely should have quick saved before I did this, but oh, you know, there's actually a way that I can do this. Please don't crash. Ugh. Okay, I might. It's crashing. All right, so let's be right back. It's gonna take like a second. Hold on a sec. Close program. Please open that ZBrush up. All right. All right. I'm gonna duplicate because I'm not sure this is exactly what I want to do with it. Okay, here, let's. I think I can do this. Let's do doubles early on. Whoa. I should be able to split. Oh, I see why. So this. So now let's mask groups order. Okay. Well, this is taking a minute, but screw it. Thanks, babe. I'm a little quiet now, but that's because I'm like just listening to some music. This is kind of like the one thing that I do, or at least the part of the process that, I'm just zoning out. All right, so now let's try to Dynamesh. Oh my god. Quick save first though. Oh shit, it already, okay. I wonder what the other issue is about. Ooh, fuck. Okay, didn't Dynamesh. Oh, wonderful. If I make it one group, I'll do this again. Dynamesh. Okay, I keep running into this issue. I don't know. Maybe close circle? You do be a baddie? Hmm. Maybe fix mesh. Or I can maybe try welding points maybe? All right, let's try this. Let's try to delete that and do another Dynamesh. Well, maybe a closed holes would have been a, oh, well. Okay. Let's quick save real quick. Well, let's try to merge these down and see if doing Dynamesh. Okay, so I think let's try to start closing this off too. Let's do this. Let's see if I can just cheese it. Just hit Dynamesh, see if that does something. Oh no, please don't crash. I accidentally clicked inside. It's okay, I quick saved before this, I think. So should be generally good. All right, so this is, oh shoot, wait, Dynamesh. But I can't do anything though, that's weird. Oh wow, okay, so that was a lot quicker than before, at least a little bit. Let's merge this, merge this, merge this. Wow, that was a lot quicker than what I was doing before. Oh my god. But my thing right now, though, is... I wonder, how would I do this? So I don't want, like, I want it to be as flat as possible. I think I can. Alright, so the tough part about this is going to be, let's go ahead and do this. Turn depth mask on, do this. Maybe 25. And then what I want to do is check and see if that's slicing in a way that makes sense for me. All right, now let's see. All right, let's make blending mesh. All right, let's turn this on. Just gonna quickly save this as the keying file before I start keying. You know what? I think I might have to key this. So that way that way when you're putting this together, you can put the lightning bolt into the hand, and then you can just put everything onto the manhole. I might have to do that. And this, yeah, this is gonna bend, so I think what I'm gonna do is create a lightning bolt underneath that can uphold this, because I think this is gonna fall even if I create keys here. So it'll be a bit more, it'll be a bit of a fix with Dynamashing, but but it'll save me a lot of time. About 3 minutes. It's crazy. All right, so now let's take this piece. Let's do So for now, I'm just going to choose this and polish, 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 just polish. Because this doesn't really have to lock in, at least in my opinion, it doesn't have to. It just has to be something that holds it up. So I'm going to go ahead and auto groups and delete it. And I'm going to hide this. Insert this piece. Let's do this Dynamesh. Just run this a bit more. Hmm. It'll be seen here, which I don't really mind. So I think that works. For me, this works. So I think I like where this is. Place my cuts, my initial cuts. So now I'm going to start making my actual cuts. Actually, no. At this point, I'm going to save it again. It's going to take another 3 minutes. But I'll give it that. It'll give me some time to at least like try to explain a little bit of like where I'm going to take this or the direction that I want to go. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to make the keys. And of course, like when I place them, I'm going to try to keep in mind direction because the last thing that I really want to do is orient them in a very bad way in the sense that, so like, okay, so with the way how he's placed is like, I don't want him to tip over basically. So like, say if I make the keys for his feet and it's going directly parallel to the manhole, like into it, I'll have to do the same thing for this. Because I don't want there to be like any issues with connecting pieces. With this, I think it'll be fine with just one connecting his legs. The same thing with his arms, his hands. Again, like with this, with the lightning, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be horizontal. It's going to be a straight horizontal line. This one, because of how this is, like it's basically wedging itself, I think I'm just gonna put one that's connected to his hand, and it could go in any direction, up or sideways. I'm gonna make it go up, like kind of like going in the direction or in line with his forearm, basically. Let's see, the coat, his trench coat, they're gonna be in line with each other, at least like the keys. And it's going to be going into the coat that's connected to his torso. And Yeah, I think that'll be fine, specifically because I have a support behind it. That's gonna basically hold that up when you do place it on the actual print. Yeah, I think that's generally where the cuts are gonna be. I'm excited to print this, honestly. And I was looking at Sideshow and just checking out, you know, how they actually make their prints, or at least like the visual nature of it. Because I have to keep in mind that like when you are making these cuts, like you're doing these cuts for the what do you call it? The I guess the what is it called again? It's like the prime piece or something, where this is the piece that you use to create the molds. So you know how you make the molds molds is going to be a little bit different than how you make your cuts. And the reason why is because the molds are going to be like solid pieces. So like say like with the lightning behind the lightning base, and maybe even the manhole cover. Like maybe that can be a separate piece too. Maybe. But yeah, like, oh, this is so cool. I like how this looks. Ooh. All right, god damn, it took even longer. But you know, to be fair, could also just be my machine in general, but also I'm recording too. I noticed that actually causes some issues there. But let's see. So first thing I want to do is figure out how I'm going to make these cuts. So I think the only key, well, actually, no, let me make the keys first. So let's go to the bottom and insert this cube. Let's delete this. Let's do this real quick. So I'm just going to do a taper. I could do it this way or the other way, whichever. It's something like this. And I'm just going to accept that and just maybe elongate it a little bit. There we go. And this for me kind of works. I'm just going to resize it a little bit and duplicate it. So first order of business is I should be making cuts for this. Or you know what? No, for now I'm going to be worried about like placing. So there's one thing I always forget how to do is how to place things along a normal. I'm just going to check it out. I'm just going to go into YouTube and just quickly look for that. Ah, so I don't have ZBrush 2023. Apparently, so there's a Michael Pavlovich video where you can do that using ZBrush 2023. He posted it like 11 months ago. So if you want to learn how to do that in that way, you can definitely do that. Line distribute, snap edges, those points. Let's see, he's got another one. Let's see. There's probably a way to do it though. So I don't want to do this by hand. You know what? I can use these lines as like a guide actually. Like how horizontal is it? Something like this. I don't know, like I wonder for this, should I make like like 4 tiny ones? Just like on the edge? I mean, like this. Something like this. Let's do this. Okay. Maybe something like this. And this isn't thick enough that I think I'll have to like really hollow it out. So, but we'll see. I'll have to mess around with like how that works, because this being a solid piece, it could take a minute to actually print. But at the same time, it's like, you know, smudge down. You know what? I like it. I think I'm gonna stick with it. I'm just like running ahead, but you know what? Okay, I already did save it before I started, so this is gonna be like my second version after I do like my keys, because you know I might end up wanting to do them a little bit differently, and I am gonna be dynameshing, like once I like merge it, and then do like you know, make them cancel, make them all the same group, and then do another dynamesh at 4096. Yeah, there we go. Just something like that. Oof, oof, oof. I have fudged up, didn't I? So, man. So I'm seeing the error of my ways right now. It's just, oh, okay. Okay, yeah, never mind. No, we're good, we're good. We're good, okay. What I was thinking was like, damn, like, this might not, when I do the Boolean and subtract it, it might create an issue there, but hey, you know what? I think that's okay. So for now, let's turn off live Boolean, and we're going to do the same thing for this. I'm just going to duplicate that and hide these. Put you over here. Just make sure it's aligned there. And do this. I'm just going to do the same thing I did before, just try to align it with, I guess, turn this on. And you know, I'm not trying to rotate it here because that'll reorient it in a weird way. Just do the same thing, trying to align this. I'm gonna decrease the size though, and something like this. Just like this. And this, I don't know, maybe this should be a bit closer. Yeah, maybe like right here. Because the last thing I would really want is to create like issues in terms of thinness. Like that's like the biggest issue. I would not want to. Maybe I should have 3 here instead of just 2. And for this, oof, that is not what I like. Let's see. Maybe I'll increase this. Oof, okay. Let's split it. And I'm going to divide this one more time. Delete lower. Merge it down. Do another dynamesh. Oh, that's not, I don't want that at all. I think that should, let's do this. Live boolean of, oh, that's the wrong one. Something like this. We're not done yet because gotta get this to slice it too. Yeah, I'd rather this be something that kind of just gets wedged in, opposed to, yeah. Let's hide you. I'll make a new mesh. And the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to make a folder with this new mesh. And any of the pieces that don't need to be cut or used for any of the other parts, I'm just going to drop them in there. Oh, autosave. Come on, save the day. Let's get you. I'm gonna put this in its own folder. I don't really mind what the name is, but and then I'm going to turn this off. Okay, so I think this, I can hide this. This, I'm going to put you in there too. Turn that off. So I'm gonna make cuts to this. Let's just see how that looks. Let's duplicate. Oops. Oops. Let's try this. No, I should make this straight. Just gonna make it a little bit longer. So any other cuts that I need to make for this? All right, let's do that. And I'm gonna insert that new main hole and lead into this group. Here, let me turn this all on now. For now. And turn this. Oh shoot! Oh, I did it. Okay, yeah, I did. All right, so next would be okay. I guess I'll just delete it. It's okay because again, like I said, I'm gonna make a second part. I mean, a second save file. What did I say? Like I said, now for this, I think I might have to make a slice with, oh, well, I'm going to make that slice anyways. Okay. So for this, so let's get you. Duplicate. Get you down here. Yeah, I want this to be straight as well. So do this, make it a bit smaller. Yes, like that. And go ahead and merge. And now you are going to be slicing this. Yeah. And I think that's all the slicing that's going to happen on the legs. And nothing else is really touching it. Yeah. Alright, so do a balloon mesh. Some issues. What were the issues? Oh, this. Alright, so what I can do is turn this off and see if this actually helps. Yes and no. So I'm going to duplicate. Do the Boolean for the duplicated version. And do a projection. Let's see how that looks. That's a bit better. So yeah, and again, I'm making two separate cuts for this. So I'm gonna delete this one and insert like one. And I'm actually gonna I'm not gonna duplicate it yet, but I am gonna save the legs. I know the leg is probably gonna be the only other thing that needs to be saved, and you know, for this I can always slice that off, that other lightning bolt. So I think we're good. Okay, so now yeah, you know what? I don't mind doing the keys again. So you know what? I'm going to delete these legs. I don't need them anymore. They're already here. Legs. So yeah, let's just make sure. So these are the parts that are sliced. Okay. So now what's next? Okay, I gotta do the head, the arms, or the hands, and the coat. So let's go ahead and do this. So these are gonna need slices. And this too. Yeah, there's some floating geometry there, but I'll fix that. You know what? Let's merge down. But there's actually one other thing I gotta do that I've totally forgotten to do. It's this. I have these. Fix that. Oh shoot, wait. Let me work on a duplicated version. What I'm gonna do after this, I'm just gonna inflate it a little bit. divide that. Inflate by 2. Oh, I don't want it to be too thick, so let's this. Yeah, this is fine. All right, so 5 billion. Let's see how that looks. So yeah, I'm gonna do that again. But this time, this. Again, I want this to be horizontal. Or not. Eh. Oh shoot, I didn't duplicate it. Let's do that. Yes. Bring you all the way down here. And I'm also going to make sure nothing is visible. Duplicate. And actually, no, I'm just I'm gonna keep with the 4K, whatever, or 490, whatever. And push that. Delete this. And for this, it's not gonna be cutting anything else, so I'm gonna go ahead and in decimating. So I'm gonna decimate this to maybe like 150. I don't think it needs to be that much. Alright, so it's that. All right. So I actually realized I fudged up a bit. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to project the second set of legs. I'm going to duplicate this and project this to the original legs because I deleted them, but that's okay. I think what I'm going to do is yeah, I think I can do this. I can fix this. It's okay. But it's just going to be a little bit of work to make that second version, but that's okay. I think it's worth it putting in the time to, you know, get to like what it is that I want to do. And what I want is to make another version where he doesn't have the coat. Not because I don't like the coat or anything, but because I like the idea of him having no coat. Whoa, what's going on here? Oh, I didn't put the hand yet, so. Okay, so I've done this hand. I can hide this now. And seconds from now. Oh, it's not this one. It's this one. Okay, so next, this I can put you in here. Let's turn this off. This. Turn that solo off. Something like this. And I'm gonna duplicate. Wait, what? Wait, hold up. How? Wait, did I not merge? Okay, what? Okay. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna stop my recording and start a new one. There's probably some issues there. But you know what? I'm gonna reverse duplicate. Let's duplicate. I don't think you actually have to do that. I just do that because I'm paranoid. I don't think you have to go all the way to 4096. You could probably just do the picker and then hit Dynamesh. But we're getting there, at least for the first version. And then the next thing that's going to be weird is going to have to be making these cuts again, but only for the torso. So, because all the cuts are generally the same, it's really the keying that's going to be different. So, at least, yes, it's just going to be the keying that's going to be a little bit different. But I think I know what I can do in order to, excuse me, get this looking, you know, get this using the same models outside of just the torso. So you can just like switch out the torso, opposed to like the entire piece itself. So yeah, let's turn boolean off. And I think my hands are done. So delete this, delete this. And, oh, what the fuck did I, oh shit. I just deleted something important, I think. Okay. turn this off and insert. See if I can. Oh, yeah, 3 hours. Actually started early. More so because I figured this might have been like a longer stream. Let's see. Okay, that's good. Well, let's get this. And some plugin. Yeah, it's fine. I'll do it now. Can a 3D printer print the fine rough details? Yeah, thankfully, like 3D printers have gotten like so much better over the years. I like the printer I have, which is an Anycubic Photon Mono SE. I think the highest is 2K that I can print. But you know, if you have like a higher quality printer, like I think you can go up to like 6K the last time I looked, but you can probably go higher. It's you could definitely go higher in quality. So a lot of this stuff, it'll still be there. A lot of this detail, which is great, honestly. But yeah, I'm just like making my way through this. And I think the next thing I've got to do, here, let me just hide this really quickly. Just make sure. Okay. So it's just his torso, his head, and his coat. I have something there that's gonna like hold that up, so that should be good. And oh yeah, and thank you. But this is kind of like out of the blue, me streaming at this time. Okay, so now next is gonna be this. So this is gonna be subtracting from this. So if we do it live, it's really gonna be nothing, but that's okay. Let's hide these for now. And this is like pretty like rudimentary for me. Like it's just like a method that works for me. I'm pretty sure everybody's got like their own methods though. Okay, no, that's fine. Okay. All right, let's get you up here. And let's start. Okay, I think this is a decent angle. Yeah, and I put like a a support back here. So this, I'm probably gonna have to make a lot of these. I just gotta be careful with this like showing up. Okay. Let's duplicate. Oh, you know, the issue with this is it can screw with the thinness. So, you know, let's see how that looks. Yeah. I think that's actually okay. Just turn this off. Okay. Save. Oh, shoot. I was on my phone. Let's see. All right. You know what? I think I might. Maybe I should just rotate these up. Duplicate here. Duplicate. This. just see how this looks in general. Right, let's see. Okay, so there's an issue there. This is okay, I think that's fine. That's not crazy thin, so it's not going to be a lot of breakage. Okay, I think I'm okay with this. Let's go ahead and duplicate. This, and this off. This second. Insert this. Everything's cut. For this, just gotta turn everything off, duplicate, Dynamesh. Oh man. Almost there. Almost there. This should be okay because when it no, I don't think this is gonna be okay. This is pretty sharp. It's not projecting properly. Got 5 minutes. So let's try it again. Alright, well, I still have to do like test for this, so for now, this is what it's gonna be because I got all my pieces here. It's a little bit hard to see where the cuts are, which is good. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this one. And let's see. Okay, this needs to be decimated too. Alright, so I'll just be decimating from this point on. This same thing, custom. Alright, and then one more. Let's delete this. Okay, let's do this one too. And afterwards, I'll save this second version. Right. So now we're going to save this as the second version. Or let's see, keyed A. Alright, that's such a fast save now. Oh my god. Alright, so anything else will most likely be... oh, what happened here? Oh no. Okay, oh perfect. Okay. Let's duplicate. Oh my god, I was gonna cry. Oh shit. Let's go to Dynamesh this. Let's do an auto groups because there's like a floating piece. And so I'm just gonna project real quick. All right, so at this stage, um, it's decimated. Um, you know, it's not named yet. I should probably, I'm gonna start naming these, but I am gonna do like a test thing because this is pretty much what I'm gonna do with all of the pieces. But let's see, which piece should I do this with? So I can like give an example. Okay, I'll do it with this one. So I'm just gonna name this light. It already has a name. Lightning base, and I'm going to use the 3D print hub and export to. I want to export to OBJ. Let's see. So selected, no textures, ASCII. Let's store those settings for now, and export to OBJ. And I already made like a file for a lot of these for Virgil or for Static Shock. So we're exporting this first. And hold on one second. I'm actually going to change my display. But let me open up Mesh Mixer first. Okay, let's do this. And then I'm going to import. Let's go static, project files. No. Models, high poly, lighting base. And this is pretty much what I'm going to do for each of the pieces. Whether it be like tiny holes or big ones, I'm going to try to like customize where those holes are. So for now, I can see that there's probably like some problem areas here. And yeah, the way how ZBrush works, I think like, yeah, it's just a little weird here. So it shows up like it's on its side. But here I'm going to go to Analysis, go to Inspector. I'm going to see all the issues that pop up and auto repair. And hit done. And I'm going to go to Edit and Hollow. So now for this, I'm just going to increase the solid accuracy. Maybe to 1/12, maybe. I don't think that's like right, but screw it. But the offset distance, I'm gonna make that to 1 millimeter, and just update that really quickly. And I'm gonna export this, import it back into ZBrush. And the issue that I noticed with this is that like, I think it's like the transforms inside of this program versus ZBrush are very strange. So here, let's cancel, go to Analysis again, Inspector, just to make sure. Okay, done. So I just see some red lines there that just look weird to me. Okay, so now let's go down there. Okay, that's just normal issues or normal setting issues. So now I'm just gonna go ahead and, okay, where's my menu? It's fine, but export that, Static Shock, models, high poly, lighting base, we export it as that. All right, so this might take a while, but I'm gonna go ahead and switch out back to ZBrush. And once that's done, I'm just gonna import it directly into ZBrush to show you what I do next. And I'm pretty much gonna do it for like each of these pieces. Like I know for the head, I'm definitely gonna do that, but I'm gonna create some holes, maybe like one here and one here, so that there could be some drainage. Because again, like it's gonna be hollow. The same thing with this. This is gonna be hollow, so I'm gonna create like maybe 1, 2, maybe, yeah, 1, 2, maybe a few more holes, because it is going to be pretty solid, and there's going to be some pieces. Yeah. And you know what? I think no. I'll just do it here on the bottom. And the same thing for the legs. I'll make some holes here, because this is going to be hollowed out as well. Now for this is questionable, because I'm not sure how hollow I can make this, but I am going to try. Because yeah, okay, yeah, I think I can. So I'll hollow this out too. This could be solid because it's thin already, so these are going to be solid. This I'm going to hollow it out too. This is going to be solid. Yeah. hands, definitely gonna hollow out, make some holes there too. And so yeah, that's pretty much once that's done, then we start prepping these files for other stuff, you know, for rendering, all kinds of shit. Well, actually, I already have like a better looking version of this that I'm going to use as like my renders, and then I'm going to do like Photoshop, you know. I actually looked at Sideshow, and I'm looking at that as like an example for how I can present the actual model itself. I'm actually pretty proud of like where this is. Although I'm like 100% sure I could have finished this a lot quicker. So I think with the next model, I think I'm gonna try to like time myself. I'm gonna give myself maybe 2 weeks and see if I can finish a model to this level or higher within 2 weeks. So okay, so now just exported. So I'm gonna go ahead and save this. Yeah, I already saved. Actually, no, I didn't. So I'm gonna save it again. Keyed A. Only because I had to redo his head. I must have decimated before dynameshing, so the low poly of the key kind of got screwed up, but it's all good. It's all good, baby, baby. Okay, perfect. Okay. I was worried for a sec. I totally forgot that I made this straight. I did that so that it can kind of like lock into place a bit more. If I put it the other way, it might have just started to tilt, I think. But it's okay. Crazy glue, save the day for that. Okay, so I'm gonna, where is it? Duplicate this lightning base and import models, high poly, lightning base, import that. And yeah, see, like for some reason, Mesh Mixer, I have a list, just saying, but Mesh Mixer does something weird with that. But I'm gonna hide everything. I'm gonna insert. So yeah, typically whenever I do that, I tend to try to do it all at once so that I don't run into that issue of having to reorient everything. So yeah, let's go ahead and just do a live boolean really quickly and see if this is actually hollowed, and it is not hollow. Yeah. Oh well, yeah, no, it's not hollow. I don't know what I did wrong, but okay, so you know what I think I can do for this, since it's already decimated, I have to resize it. And I totally forgot how to do that, but that's actually a very important thing to do with any of the models that you want to do. So for this, I have like a Piccolo Piccolo statue near me that I'm kind of thinking I want that to be that size, and I think that's about 7 inches tall. So I think for this, I'm gonna do the same thing for that. So let me just really quickly go to ZBrush, rescale, model. Because I totally forget how to do this. My God, it's like 3 minutes. All right, Z plugin. Well, actually, scale master. Let's do new bounding box. Let's do this. Okay, it's covering the whole thing. And Z plugin, which is, if you hit Y, where is it? Okay, there it goes. And it'll show you the direction. That's your up axis. For me, it's X. So Z plugin, X. I'm gonna make that 7. Okay, now. Okay, let me set this to centimeters. Let's center this. Okay. C plugin. Seven. Something is missing. This guy. There we go. So I'm going to save this again. It's the proper size. All right. That shouldn't be it. What? All right. Well, at this point, it's just like naming. Well, the size is good. I'm gonna double check because right now my scale is setting that it's like 7 inches, which is what I want. So that's 1 inch. That's fine. Okay, so yeah. So, I streamed for, oh my God, almost 4 hours, which is awesome, actually. But, I got the cuts done for the model. At this point, it's pretty much just naming, like making sure that everything's named properly, importing things into Mesh Mixer to make them hollow, and then bring them back into ZBrush to create the holes, because I like to customize where I put the holes, but I do think if you've ever used like Photon Workshop, I think you can do the same thing there. But you know what? I'm really enjoying. I'm happy with where he's gotten. Yeah, I'm just really happy with where he's at, and I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream here because I got to take a little bit of a break. But thank you for joining. Thank you for watching the process. And I hope you come along for the ride for the next model I work on. All right, thanks. Like, share, subscribe, all those thingy majigs. And I'll see y'all later.